wait a minute.
Game over.
Alright. Good morning. I am tired, but I wanted to program immediately when I woke up, which is normal for me. So let's go ahead and start that. Just need to make sure everything on my stream is right, which is where having a second monitor would be very handy. But everything looks good. Got my cat sitting on my lap and purring, and a Monster Energy. So let's go ahead and do this. I saw that you can change the player controllers instead of doing all this, which is what I might do. I might do that instead. I feel like that makes more sense. So let's do that. So hypothetically, just by plugging that all back in, and then going over and let's see. Yep. Let's leave it like that, and then let's go see what controller by default our main world is using. I also added some assets that we're gonna have to organize. Let me do that before I forget. Loot anim set. So let's do. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Loot Anim set is one of my favorite assets. It's very cool. Just to where basically you sit down and open your backpack when you go into your inventory. I like it a lot. Because I opened Loot Anim set, that's why. Wait, no, I moved that, didn't I? Should be okay. If not, I can always re-import it. 1,073, good lord. I was just gonna start on that so I could start working on like the gameplay mechanics for the house. I had some weird dreams. I had like a checklist of celebrities I needed to meet, and I kept bumping into them and I'd check off their name. I guess at some party I just knew that they were gonna be there and I wanted to meet all of them or something. And then I'm gonna get chased in a parking lot with my friends by like a truck or something. And then there was something like so on like Bourbon Street in New Orleans, there was a cafe or something that was like clown themed and it was very creepy. And to the left of it was a horror roller coaster, and you would get in it and it would like, I don't know, you get in it and be like, it's a small world where you're going through, but it's creepy. People jump out at you. And I went and did it by myself, and it was like the scariest thing I've ever done in my entire life. And I had a coworker or something pull up, and it's one of those things where you know they're your coworker in your dream, but you wake up and realize that person absolutely just did not exist. You just made them up in your head and you thought they were your coworker. What is this song? I'm good. But I just refused to do it with them. I was like, that was the scariest thing I've ever done. I couldn't do it. Speaking of, I love haunted houses. I did one, it was like something manor. It wasn't bad. At the end, the guy would chase you out with a chainsaw, but he wasn't allowed to like hit you, so you could just walk away from him. I didn't feel like running, but it was really fun. I really enjoyed it. It's my first ever haunted house. But then I did cutting edge, and that was the scariest experience. I don't think I'll ever do a cutting edge again, just because that stressed me out so much. It wasn't even really fear, it was just straight up stress, because it's like the longest haunted house, like Guinness World Record. So you're in there for like a good hour, which feels like a long time when you're getting chased by people. That's just too long for a haunted house. A good haunted house, I'd say, is like 30 minutes. Because, you know, you can walk through every different area, you can experience everything, and relatively get out feeling like you had a good time. An hour, you're just drained. You're so mentally drained by a whole hour of checking your corners and being all paranoid. We had someone with us who was a friend at the time who just absolutely booked it when they got chased by a guy with the chainsaw, and we didn't see them for like 20 minutes. They were just gone. Just booked it up some stairs. We did not see them for ages, but we bumped into them again. And everything was fine with me. I wasn't too scared, but it was the point. It was the worst parts for me were the beginning, where the beginning was You walk down this absurdly long hallway. It's foggy, so you can't see right in front of you. And on your left and right are a bunch of coat hangers stacked with clothes. So you're basically brushed up against these two coat hangers, and it's getting narrow. They're at an angle, so it's getting narrower and narrower as you go. So you're squeezing through these coat hangers. And there are people running through the coat hangers. Like, on each side, it absolutely is just open space, but it just looks like you're in a closet. People will just run through the coat hangers or stick their arms through, and that was horrible because it's just like, it's getting smaller and tighter, and you can't see where people are going to come from. And then on top of that, my biggest fear of all time is snakes. I can't do snakes. I can't even look at a picture of a snake. It freaks me out. So they had a whole area dedicated to snakes, and that's where I really flipped out and just couldn't be there. Like, they had a giant animatronic snake. It was absolutely horrible. I hated it. It was one of those haunted houses where I didn't even have fun, because the whole point was they just stress you out. Okay, it's doing this again. I'm gonna have to close the game and open it again. Sometimes whenever you try to delete mass assets, it just doesn't want to. Actually, wait, I think I know a trick. Yep, if you rename it. What? Oh, it made a copy? No, don't do that. That sucks. It's just gonna make a copy. Yeah, I have to close the game and open it again. You try to move assets like that, it doesn't always want to. It's cool, it gives audio as well. Ooh, my skeletons. Why? Oh, it's like a garage. Okay. Okay. Let's build a little house over here just to test. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It wasn't very fun. And then I went to a haunted house and I took a trip to England to like celebrate me starting college. The haunted house there was so funny. They tried really hard to be scary, but hearing that accent the whole time, I couldn't be scared. Everyone around me was screaming, and I couldn't take it seriously. No hate to like British people, but like I just wasn't scared. I would love to see a horror movie where the main villain is from Baltimore and you can't understand a single word he's saying, but it's really threatening sounding. I think I would absolutely love that. Someone has to make that. Do this so we can make sure that we can go up porch stairs correctly. Where's the porch? So confused. Am I supposed to just use the standard floor with it? I probably won't be using the... There's so many terms that I just don't know. Oh. I'm not going to use the house furniture. From what I saw, I didn't, excuse me, I didn't really screw with it. Maybe the cabinets, but I have a lot of furniture packs from just downloading all the free assets over the years. Yeah. Good lord, how do I prefab houses? I can just do that, then that makes my life so much easier. Boom. There you go. Yeah, I didn't know. I guess, can you actually make a porch with this asset pack, or is it more like, I don't know how to explain it, or is it more like a little deck like this, or it isn't actually kind of a porch? Oh, this is, oh, I guess that's supposed to drive into the ground just in case, but that could make for some fun gameplay, like players can get under there or something. Sabotage. Car pawn? Did it make changes to my... Oh, I don't want to... Did it remake? Why? I don't want you. Why would it re-add it? No wonder it didn't compile correctly, because I don't want it. There we go, car pawn, get out of here. Vehicle, player, controller, and off-road. I'd love to be able to start programming, but... Vehicle, off-road, vehicle, player, controller. I don't need either. I'm not going to be driving in this game. Maybe at some point. I feel like that'd be a little overpowered to be able to drive. Off-road car pump. Get out of here. Why did it add a ton of like vehicle-related modes for no reason? Get out of here. Alright, I'm guessing that the mesh will be set up correctly already. I need to figure out how to get rid of this, the weird like speckling that happens with the light. Yeah. Probably flip the house around. This is like the perfect size. Hey, what's up? This should work. This is a pretty house. I like it. I'd live here. I'd probably knock out this wall, though. This is like the dining room. Yeah, I'd knock out like all these walls and just leave this pillar. I'd keep this. Thank you. I just started like yesterday. I'm 3 hours of programming, so just some basic stuff like damage, like a health system. I can kick around ragdolls, which is hilarious. I'm gonna keep it. But yeah. I'm just trying to do the basics right now. I'm gonna change my interaction method here. Just leaves a lot less code on him. Yeah, then we don't have to do this anymore. So let's just drag this over here because it's nice code. Why? Okay. Where's interfaces? How do I not remember how to do it? I don't know why I don't remember. Oh, it's class settings. Class settings. That's why. Implement an interface. Interaction. There we go. There we go. Now we just do this. This probably won't work right off the bat, but we'll see. Yeah, because the difference between this is that it's like what happens when we get interacted with. So by shooting this beam, we're calling interaction. That's not the one I want. It's interact message, I believe. Why am I in the floor? Oh, because I rag, yeah. That's funny. Okay, so calling interact. Oh, that's what target to interact with. Okay. There we go. That's the right one. That's why I wasn't doing it correctly. Okay, now will it work? Because technically I'm saying I'm interacting with them specifically. Yeah. Hey, that's a pretty quick way to change up the program in a way that works a lot better, because look how much code I saved. Here and here. Because all I'm doing is I made an interface, so you don't even have to do anything. If you just make an interface and call it interact, An interface is something that you can put functionality into tons of different blueprints, specifically like characters you would have an interact in though. So when we press F, it's gonna call interact to any hit actor that we hit that has that interface. And basically over here is saying if we get interacted with, what happens. So if we get interacted with, then we take damage. We'll say they hit that player. So that's nice. Now we need to look up the controllers. Or do we have any controllers? Like, we can probably check here. Yeah, it's just player controller. So we'll probably create a controller then. Blueprints. Blueprint. Is blueprint controller here? I don't know where that would be. I'm assuming it's just in... Yeah. It's probably gonna be a blueprint class. Player controller. BP underscore base player controller. Yo, what's up? How's it going? I'm gonna duplicate this and just call it BP underscore screen. Go ahead and do that's good. It's early for me. I guess 9:40 isn't early, but it's early for me. Making sure. So making sure that whenever we open our base player controller, it's going to make sure that we shouldn't be locked in the screen. So now this should just work. Yeah. I have to do it every time. Where are you? UI. Okay, title screen. Let's get rid of the need for that because that doesn't really make sense to have. Okay. Alright, so... Can I do UI only? There we go. Okay, that should hopefully just work. So let's go ahead and open our... Yep. It's not creating the UI. Okay. Oh, because I'm not adding it to the viewport? That would make sense. I get tired. I don't understand how to code. Okay. I don't like how that's there though. How do I keep? Okay, so I can't do the thing where I move my head, so that's good. But it also doesn't destroy the... Okay. Is it switching over our controller? So like if I go... Blueprints... Let's get open our player controller, their base. Well, I guess over here on title screen we would have to get player controller. Cast to title screen controller. There we go. Title screen controller. That should cast. And we'll check if the... Let's go ahead and check if the get UI. Check if the title screen UI is valid, and if it is valid, we'll go ahead. Let's just make sure. Yeah, it didn't give us bugs. So let's just make sure that that's a thing, and if it is, then we'll remove from parent. There's probably a better way to do this, but if it works, then I'm not going to complain. So I didn't remove it, okay. Probably because, actually that doesn't really make much sense. Okay, let's go ahead and close this then. Let me look that up, because I don't actually know if... Come on, can you load, please? I don't know if switching levels automatically changes the controller if you have to force it. Okay. This is difficult. Okay, owning player. Let's just look up controller. I could just do this though. So this is tough because what I most likely have to do is create a pawn for the menu. So I'd have to go here and do, because I looked it up, and the whole I did this in the first place, but the whole reason I avoided doing it is the ability to set the name wouldn't carry over to the actual player. Unless I have to force a spawn. Let me think. So if we just open the menu pawn, do... Is that a camera? Roughly about the height. And we do in like the title screen, we go ahead and change the default pawn class to the menu pawn and play. We'll do the same thing, except this is getting frustrating. Hey, sorry, I just saw y'all talking because I had I can only see comments on my phone and I was using it to look it up. But yeah, just currently trying to figure out for the life of me. Ooh. Can't figure out for the life of me how I'm going to do this. So I have a main menu level. Let me check this before I say anything. Menu pawn. No, that needs to be... Maybe it'll work now? Player character, controller. Where are you? Default pawn class, player controller. And then we go back to title screen. Let's get rid of, well, that's difficult. So what I'm doing for my game is I am doing kind of like a multiplayer horror game that's competitive. So you're trying to eliminate the rest of the players to be able to leave. However, there's also a monster chasing all y'all. So you have to take care of the players and get rid of them, as well as the monsters trying to get rid of all y'all. So adds a lot of threats, adds a lot of depth to it. Just right now trying to... And it takes place in a neighborhood, so y'all are going to be like boarding up houses and stuff like that to survive. That, or you can go raid other people's houses. But yeah, I'm just trying to get this menu sorted and get like... Because I've never done player names for multiplayer, so I'm trying to get that down. So start local game. Multiplayer is not going to do anything right now. So I'm going to start a local, and that should open it and spawn the players, and it'll say their names. However, I want to also be able to set a player name and click enter, and when you spawn, it's going to go ahead and do it. Just having trouble with that. It's giving me a hard time, because I have to do a menu pawn, but the only issue with that is if I do a menu pawn, it's not going to carry over what I need to carry over for the name. It's going to make it substantially more difficult to actually follow. Trying to figure it out as I go, because I haven't really made one like this before. Why is my default pawn changing? It should be... menu pawn. If I go back to my... That's for... Ooh, that's for the world, that's why. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research on this. Yeah... That sounds a lot easier than what I have to do, huh? I don't really have to screw with this right now. I'll do that later. If I just start in this and play... Well, it's gonna start anyway, huh? Mini pawn. Yeah, really it's just coding in general is a pain sometimes. It can be so absurdly frustrating. So it's because in my world settings, I just need to change it over to default pawn class to be the player character and then the player controller to be the base player controller, and I won't do that anymore. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, all I have right now is walking, sprinting, main, like a basic UI. And then this is like a copy of my player so that it'll carry over in multiplayer. And then you can just interact with them and they fall over. And of course that's just to kind of test damage because I have a health system going right here. If I go to here under blueprints, I have a... Where are you? Health system, there we go. I have a health component here. So this allows basically receive damage and then over here and receive damage for the player. I have if our player's interacted with and they're not dead, then it'll receive damage and it'll state how much damage is being done. So right now I'll change it to like 50, so you have to do 2 hits. But that'll change like depending on what weapon you have. Yeah, no, ChatGPT, so it's like ChatGPT with coding is either like the most useful thing I've ever had in my entire life. Yeah, what's even more funny is the fact you can kick them like a soccer ball once they're down. ChatGPT is either like ChatGPT is either like the best thing on the planet for coding, or it acts like it's never seen code before. There's absolutely no in between. Let me go ahead and just get like a door started. Let me add some light because this is so dark. There we go. Here, I'm just gonna go ahead and add a door base. So just have to go in here. The center here is always gonna be the pivot point, so you're gonna want to go ahead and add a cube. Let's get rid of the material. Let's just kind of make it door-like. You just have to always make sure that it's set up in the right point. Let's do size 0.5, 0.5, 0.1, so that should be okay. I'm gonna have to make it in Blender. I really don't want to, but I might have to just for the sake of my own sanity. Or I could just, you know what? Let's just use a door mesh that already exists. I'm sure there's one. So let's look up door and see what comes out. Guess that works. Yeah, because it's already going to be doing what I said. Makes my life easier. Set that as the door mesh. What you can do to make it easier, so like for example, if I drag this into the world right here, that's some funky textures going on. I might change out what doors I use because I don't really like how that looks. But you take this door and then you go into the door base, event graph, event begin play, go ahead and get the door mesh. Well, actually, set static mesh. You're gonna go ahead and just make the new mesh a variable. Let's do this. Let's just change the name to static mesh. No, I don't plan on doing this in one day, just because this is going to be like an actual project. I really need to commit and make a game, so that's what I was going to do. Oh, thank you, dude. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate you stopping by. I love chatting with people while I code. It's a lot of fun. So if I make it door mesh and I go over here and instance editable, promote to variable, or expose on spawn, I mean, compile and save. Whenever we go here and we click on this door, we're gonna see, where are you? Details. Door mesh. We can just change the mesh. I don't know what that is, but it's something. So we can kind of like edit the door midway through, if that makes sense. Let's just hope collisions are set up properly, because we can go ahead and add the interaction interface to this too. So now if it gets interacted with, we'll do a branch. So basically, if the door is, you know, we'll add a closed. So by default, this thing's closed. And if it is true, then we're gonna open it. If it's false, we're gonna close it. That simple. Okay. Debating if I want to. So to close, we're gonna open the door. So let's just. Yeah, add timeline. We'll do open door. True, play, false, reverse. But we need to, of course, set the variables first, so. There we go. I believe I did this exact thing for my Outlast tutorial. So, open the door, close the door, is just reversing it. Create the timeline, make it float. Let's go ahead and add 2 pins, add key, 0, 0. Let's go ahead and add another key. Let's do a time of 3 seconds. The value of, let's do 2.5. The value of 1. And let's do this. If we actually click both points and then change it to a auto, I believe it is, it makes it a lot smoother. So we go ahead and go to the event graph here. We just do a multiply. So the way it works is if you're starting on a rotation value, since my door is just going to start at 0, it doesn't matter. But if we're starting on a rotation value, you do lerp. But if you, it make this the alpha, the first point, second point to go to, but it saves you a lot of code. I learned this from somebody after making the tutorial, actually, that commented, which was very helpful. You just multiply it, because the start value is going to be 0, so it doesn't matter. Okay. I gotta remember what it is. It says Z. It's gonna change Z. And then the end rotation, let's make it like -10. Was that what that said? -110. That makes a lot more sense. I was gonna say that didn't seem right. Oh, the door just didn't spawn. No, I'm just starting with kind of lower poly stuff, so it's not crazy. I don't know. I've always had a pet peeve for low poly games. I mean, which isn't, they're not a bad thing inherently. It's just like, I feel like we've had such an influx of them. And usually like people avoid low poly games because a lot of people will asset flip. So they'll just use assets and just plug those in, no coding, and just shoot out a game to make money. And I think a lot of low poly games tend to asset flip a lot more than others. So it's not gonna be low poly. It's gonna be trying to be as realistic as I possibly can make it. But for now, it's gonna be a little bit lower poly just to kind of handle the coding a little bit better. That should be good. Yeah, that's not how hinges work. There we go. That should be perfectly fine. Hopefully. The hinges would go behind this first step here. Thank you. Or would it? Yeah, it would totally go over this. I'm being way too picky. It is a test door. That's because it doesn't set the static mesh by default, that's why. Okay. Door inside 0, 1. There we go. Because by default, it's going to be that now. Yep. It works. But it doesn't close. I wonder why. Do I have to lerp? It's on reverse. Is the door closed? Let's just test this. Reverse from end. Yeah, it doesn't reverse. So, I'm trying to think. It depends on how you're changing the camera. So, if the camera is just changing location, it shouldn't do that. Like, two different cameras, or no, just one camera that you set the location different than the player. It shouldn't do that. If you make the player not visible, I think it hides the animation, though. I think when you make a player not visible, it will take away the animation. So that's probably why. I think that the head bob is just part of the animation and it's not registering the animation while you're invisible. No, a way around that? I'm not sure. You can watch some videos on, you can actually create your own head bob for cameras. It doesn't have to be through an animation. So you can just look up a head bob and apply the head bob to the camera whenever you're in first person and then remove it when you're in third. I think it's a good way around it. Instead of messing with like materials to try to make an invisible skin or something. Yeah, no problem. What I'm doing here is that setting it that, I think what's screwing it over is the fact that there's no delay on it. Hey, what's up? How's it going? And then after it's finished, what you do is you make it you can interact with it again. So I like to add a delay though. That should make things a little bit better. Hopefully. Should not let me interact with it now, and then should let me interact with it. That's so weird that it's not closing, though. Oh, that's why. Okay. It's like, do I have to hit a specific point in the door? I think it's just the mesh. Let me test something. If I change these back... Oh! That's why! The vector length is off. I didn't change it. Okay, that would change. That would fix it. I didn't change the vector length. Now it'll work. Just because I made the thing longer than the actual animation. Yep, it's another mesh issue. Okay. Okay, that's better. Oh. What I kind of want to add is like, kind of like a building system similar to that of like those house flipper games where you have to like screw individual things in. I think that'd be nice. Like for example, these doors automatically wouldn't come. They would come with like basic locks that can just be like basically kicked open. But if you find like a deadbolt or something through looting, then you could select the deadbolt, select the door, click interact, and then it would put it right here, and it would change the camera above the deadbolt, and then it would do like you could click on the screws to screw them in. I think that would make the game a lot more interesting. Alright, so let's do that. Let's start on the very, very fun thing known as an inventory system. That's going to be great, huh? I don't want a widget preview. Yeah, I'll probably publish it on Steam. Steam is actually pretty easy to publish on. You just pay $100 and then they review your game and then upload it if they see it as fit, whereas I don't think mine would have any issues. The hardest part's going to be getting multiplayer to work, because I have never tried that. I don't even know how to begin, so that's going to be a lot of figuring out. It's user interface, and then widget blueprint. Did I set it as UI, I think? Yeah, UI. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. Let's go ahead and do when you press tab. What's the video request? Oh, kind of like a skill check type thing. It's like a skill check, I guess, where it moves back and forth. So let me do something real quick. Kind of like explain the way that I see it. So if you can see the drawing board here, the way that I kind of would go about it is, so you're gonna have your little widget that spawns on the top. You're gonna have your let's say all of it's green. You have your little red slot. And you have your white bar that moves. Let's just do it black so you can actually see it. Black bar that moves back and forth. And you have to press space whenever it's in the red. So the way that you can do that is you can set a timer. So you can set a timer. I can't write. So you can set a timer. Oh, that's bad. Ooh! Set a timer, and, you know, it'd be better if I just did this. So if you set a timer, then that timer can loop around itself. The timer can loop over and over and over again to itself, and just align the time with it going back and forth. So let's say it takes about 1 second to get to this end and then 1 second to get back. Let's do 2 seconds total. So let's say the timer is 2 seconds total. Once it hits this, the widget's gonna reset and redo the animation. The timer is gonna reset too. What's nice about timers is that one, you can read what time it is, and two, you can read, you can start and stop the timer whenever you want. So it can keep looping, and then you can call stop timer whenever you want. So this timer is going to be looping, 2 seconds total on this timer. And the way you would do it is that you would either do an event tick. I don't know if it's event tick or if it's... So an event tick is going to be every like millisecond going over and checking if something is true. So if you use the event tick method, that might be more taxing, but then again, you'd only do this skill check for a little bit, so it doesn't really matter. I can do a video on this for sure, though. I'll try to squeeze it in. I really need to do this Resident Evil series because it's the #1 thing people are looking forward to, but like it's so time consuming with what they want, like setting up everything. Anyways, so for example, let's say that this area is between half a second and 3/4 of a second. So this bar will be here between half a second and 3/4 of a second. If that is the case, then the event tick will check
when the timer is at half a second or 3/4 of a second. If it is, and you press space, then that means that it's successful and the thing will complete. Or the way you could go about it with the timer, I don't know if on the timer you can set, you know, like, when it's in this time range, this can happen. I don't think that's the case. So you might have to do an event tick. It'd be a lot better if you could do it in the timer because that would save so many frames. It'd be less taxing on your system. But if you just do it that way. So just to recap, because I've been sitting here yapping and getting off track. How's it going, Dead? I reviewed your music. I need to get back to you. I absolutely love it, and I'm going to have to put it into the next horror series I do. So basically the way it works, this UI is going to be going back and forth on a looping animation. You just have to set it up so the timer is the same amount of time that it takes for the UI to go back and forth. And these both repeat. They both loop. And then what you do is you have an event tick going. The event tick will check the time that this bar will be in the red. So let's say that it's in the red from half a second to 3/4 of a second. If that is the case, then when you press space... Let's do this. So let's do event tick. Tick is event tick. Timer is between 0.5 to 0.75, the red. If that is the case, true, Boolean. Let's do like can complete. True. So the event, to recap, event tick, if the timer is in the red zone of half a second to 3/4 of a second, if that's true, then you'll tick a Boolean called can complete to true. Then when you press space, it will check with a branch. It'll say, am I thinking branch correctly? I don't think it's a branch. It will check the Boolean and see, okay, is it can complete? If it's true, then it can complete. If false, you're not in the time zone. I probably can make a short video on that just to kind of explain, because it is really hard to sit here and explain with a whiteboard just because there's no visual version of it. It's just me kind of rambling and trying to make sense. So yeah, I hope that was in some way helpful to kind of get you the grasp. But like, you can watch the stream over and kind of see what I'm talking about, but I hope you can kind of get the grasp of what I'm talking about, because I feel like I made zero sense. So I hope that was at least a little helpful. But yeah, I can probably do that today if I want to grind. Okay, so create the inventory screen. We don't need to do that. So first of all, if we're gonna make an inventory, we gotta check if the inventory's open. Right, I'm glad that you were able to grasp that. I appreciate the video idea too. That's a good idea if you're saying there's not many people actually putting that out there. I just realized I've set absolutely no variables to private, and that's gonna come back to bite me for sure. So basically what we're doing here, we're gonna check if the inventory is open. That's true, we're gonna close the inventory. So let's take our inventory UI and collapse. It wasn't collapse, it was set visibility, I think. Collapsed is not visible and takes up no space. Hidden, not visible but occupies layout space. Yeah, collapsed, we want collapsed. At least I think so. So if the inventory is open, we're gonna close it. And then set the inventory open to false. If it's not open, we're gonna do one of two things. We're gonna check if it's valid, What that basically means is so by default inventory UI will be in the player character. It just is assigned to nothing. If it's assigned to nothing, the isValid's gonna fail because the inventory doesn't exist yet. You haven't created it. It is created the minute you open it for the first time. So basically, we're gonna plug this in. And what we're saying is, if the inventory is not valid, we're gonna make an inventory for the character. If the inventory already exists and is valid, we're just gonna open it. So let's do that first part. So say the inventory already exists, we're just gonna set visibility. Make it valid. We're gonna do visible. Some people might think that it is better to use remove from parent, which is the really fancy way of saying I'm gonna destroy the widget and then remake the widget when you open it. Especially if you're doing that with an inventory, that is a really bad idea. Because the only way that would work is if you kept track in your character of every item they have ever had and where it is, and then when you open that widget, you tell it where all of them to go. Which, as you can imagine, is way harder than just hiding it and then opening it again, which already will have data in it. Like, that doesn't really make sense. So it's just better to collapse it. And if it's not valid, we need to make an inventory, so this is where this comes in. I'm gonna have to do more than this, but I at least want to test it in a second, see if it opens. Alright, add to viewport. Yeah, we need to hide it. Hidden. I think hidden will do something else. No, it doesn't. Oh, because we're not setting that the okay, that's why. We're not setting that the inventory is open. It's always the booleans I forget to do. Now it should work. Like 90% of the screen, this stream has been. Now it should work. Now my favorite part. You need to add like a kick move. Hey, what's up? So far we've done a lot this stream, and how long have I been streaming? What? An hour and a half? We got doors, we got starting an inventory system. Oh yeah. Let me look and see if my it looks like it gets rid of, or at least hides the HUD. So as long as you can't see the HUD, I don't really care. Yeah, basically. Okay. I need to organize this too. I left a note of where I left off. Yeah. I already am working on that. Okay. Now the fun part. I told myself I wanted to go ahead and make an animation, but I really shouldn't do that yet. Because I have an asset pack, which I love. I don't screw with this music. It makes me feel like I'm doing a Roblox tutorial. Over here in, where is it? Assets, loot anim set. This is great. So it is an entire system for loot animations. So like, for example, I could do it to where, let me see, where is it? My favorite is the backpack. What is this, loot generic? That isn't much, huh? Yeah, all I'd say is you better be very open to the idea of thermodynamics and very hard math, very hard math, very hard science, and very hard physics, which I'm bad at all three. I tried to be a mechanical engineer and I switched to graphic design because I'm so much better at graphic design. So make sure you're passionate in it and you're good at those subjects, because if you aren't, it's going to be really hard for you and you're going to have a job that you really don't like. Yeah, like opening a locker and grabbing something, kind of like Red Dead style. I don't think there's glass in this, is there? Oh, there's totally glass, yeah. That's good. I'm good at programming, but bad at math, which you'd think would go hand in hand, but it definitely doesn't for me. I'm good at algebra, which is probably why I'm good at programming, but I can't do calculus or trigonometry to save my life. The minute you throw shapes in there, I can't do it. I went to a really small school where my math and science teachers were really, really bad. We had one really, really good science teacher who taught biology. He's actually now the principal. But other than that, we had really bad teachers that didn't want to teach, so kind of stemmed a hate for math and science early on. Of course, ever since then, I've had no motivation to learn because I'd be learning at like a lower level than I should. I should already have calculus in my brain, but I'm over here still at algebra because I didn't get taught. We had this teacher who basically turned our class into therapy class, or to a therapy session. We would talk about his relationships and his romantic life more than teaching, and he'd sit on the desk and we'd just pep talk him. And a lot of people in our class knew that if we started talking about his, his romantic life, he wouldn't teach, so they would do it on purpose. Which is kind of screwed up now that now that I look at it, but it worked. Yeah, he was an interesting teacher. Let me test something. Let's do get player controller. What I'm doing here is I'm just setting the game to only register UI. Well, that's collapsed, so that's going to be different. Yeah. Setting the game input mode to game only, that's going to make it to where your character can move around when the inventory is closed, but setting it to... Let's do this real quick. Setting it to UI only makes it... One second. That's cool. I remember what I was talking about. It should be our inventory UI is the widget to focus. But what we can do is do this. Okay, so that should make it that it's... Mine is the raccoon. Raccoons are awesome. Yeah, platypus is pretty unique. Player controller. Raccoons are just cat with hands, so that's why I like them. So because... yeah, they are most places. It might have to be game and UI. The Oz UI would respond user widget. This means in the widget... Okay, we have to set it to game and UI. Yeah, we had raccoons. Raccoons where I lived weren't as like big of an issue. They were just kind of chill. We had one that we named Doug because he would come by every night and we'd feed him, which is probably a bad idea for raccoons because he's going to keep coming back. Let's do this. Yeah. Oh, thank you, dude. That's super nice of you. That means a lot hearing stuff like that, because I do work very hard on these videos, and sometimes, I guess it's just YouTube in general, but I'll make a video that's like 10 minutes long, just a quick little thing, and it'll get like 4,000 views in a month, and then I'll make a video I worked very, very hard on, and it's like a unique concept, and it'll get like 150 views in a month. So that means a lot to hear that. I use Unreal Engine 5. It is free. I highly recommend it. There we go. But it's doing that annoying thing. It's because I'm not... Yeah, it's because I'm not. I'm glad, dude. That's all I want. That's all I want is people to learn. My pet peeve is those YouTube channels that are like, people don't try and they just give out code. Because there are people out there that will just look up YouTube videos just to get the code. And I'm guilty of that. But I also want someone to get something out of it. There we go. Yay, it works. Okay, so that should completely handle UI here. Pressing tab. If the inventory is open, we're going to close it. So collapse the inventory, make sure that it's registered as not open. Set the input mode to, I should probably do inventory open last just to like avoid any bugs in the future. Usually setting booleans last is the best thing you can do. Setting it to game only, don't show the mouse cursor anymore, and make sure the inventory is set to closed. If the inventory is not open, we're gonna check if the inventory exists on the player. If not, we're gonna create them one down here. And if it does exist, we're just gonna make it visible. So pretty easy system there. Makes it to where you, I need to make it to, because it makes it your cursor shows up. But the only issue is that you can turn your head and you can also like do other things, which we don't really want. But the minute you close it, the cursor goes away. I need to check an email I just got from my apartment. Yeah, that's the best feeling of all time, is whenever you get a grasp of the blueprint system to a point where you can just do it. Just straight up do it. Like, that's the point I'm at. Like, through this, I probably had to look up a couple things, but being able to just go through and, like, do a health system just off of memory and an interaction system and all this stuff, it's very nice. I very much enjoy it. I can probably turn off... Well, let's keep it on. Let's keep my line trace on. Yeah, this would be a cool little game. This is me committing to making a game. Like I said in the last live stream, I made a series on TikTok where I would document me making a game. But it didn't really go anywhere just because the game was way too ambitious. I was going like Escape from Tarkov levels of a game, which is a whole development team. I wanted to do it by myself and expected to do it in a couple of years. So that was way too ambitious for someone who had never made a first game. So now I'm making a way more, you know, simple, easy to understand game. Sorry, we got like a little group chat going on for my apartment. I don't know what to work on next. I'll keep the inventory going. This is way too happy. No. That's better. Yeah, same for me. Just like component, and also same for me with the other one too. I can't stay on a project for several months. I get bored. So, and like the thing with me is I will program like all day, all night, and not even realize I did it for a full day. And then I'll go back and I'll realize how much I did. I'll get burnt out and I won't want to make anything. But yeah, components and interfaces are so nice. So like, what I've done so far with components and interfaces, I've just done the classic interaction interface. So just create a interface and then literally just name it interaction and close it. And that is how you do it for interaction. It is so simple because you can add the interface to anything and then just say like, make an event. This is what happens to your object when it gets interacted with, and do a line trace and call it to interact whatever it hit. So the easiest system ever to set up interaction. And then components over here. I have one for like the health system. And that makes it that any character in the game can receive damage. And how much damage, calculate how much damage they take and subtract it from their health. And then do that. It's so simple. The hard part would me making it apply to AI, but I don't think I'm gonna have AI in this game other than the main monster, so. Yeah. What do I work on? I need to knock my inventory out of the way. I just need to remember how I did it before, how I keep the head dragging from happening. I think I might have to go ahead and apply what I did to... Well, that's the thing, is menu pawn. Urgh. I mean, hey, you never know. You can always ask someone to review your code, or honestly, just working with it over time. Just leave that code out that you made, and then what you need to do is just grow your skills over time, keep that project going with making, even if it's not a game, just make things. And over time, you're eventually going to come back to that XP component, and then you're either going to go, hey, I actually wrote really well code early on, or you're going to go, you know, I made some mistakes. Let me change this around. Let me optimize it here to save frames. That's cool. Oh, so it's kind of like a prestige system, but you prestige a lot. You're constantly spending your XP and levels to do it. That's a cool idea. I actually really like that. It kind of like incentivizes you to be kind of picky of when you level up. That's a cool mechanic. Because it's like, I could keep my current stats and my level, or maybe you require the level to buy or do something. I can keep this level and keep my character a specific way, or I can spend these points to earn skills that will help me level up quicker. That's cool. I like that. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Hey, what's going on? So I think I'm going to take my title screen controller and I'm just going to take what I did here and I'm just going to put it into my menu pawn. Yeah, making physics is a lot of fun. Yeah, that's a really cool idea. I really like that. That's like an RPG element I genuinely don't think I've thought of or anybody else has made. So that's really cool. I would really like to see how that turns out. Let's see if that works automatically just off of the menu. It'd be great if it did. Definitely didn't. Probably because menu pawn isn't, menu pawn. Where's controller? Title screen. Okay, now it should do it. Oh wow, that's blurry. I kind of like how it looks though, so I don't know if I want to change that. Maybe it's adding it twice. So, menu pawn. Now, what if I change the controller to the players? Wait, so changing the controller is what's making it blurry? That's weird. Yeah, go for it, man.
It's fun trying to grow a community.
So let's do that, and then let's get rid of the other controller. Because it seems to work a lot better if we just keep the player controller the same. But it just, like, doesn't... Hey, nice. Yeah, I remember when I had just started off YouTube. It's tough. I did a lot of, I used to 3D model a lot, so my first videos are all 3D modeling videos that didn't do very well. And then I 3D modeled a video of, or a 3D modeled Huggy Wuggy when Poppy Playtime Chapter 2, it was Chapter 1 or Chapter 2 came out. And I used that. The best thing you can do is hop on trends like that. Something that's going on, make something off of it in your way, and it'll blow up. Like, I think, how many? Do I have like 20K views on that one? I got hundreds of subscribers off of that, and that kind of shot me up to 500, I think. And then after that's when I started, I think I took a break for like a year. And then I went back to YouTube. I was like, you know what? I got some followers. I might as well use that. Looking back on it, I really regret not continuing because I would probably be monetized by now if I continued. But I came back to it, started programming, then I got a little bit more confident in it because I was a beginner whenever I started making those 3D modeling videos. I'm gonna have to look something up real quick and just figure out how to close a menu widget after it's been transferred. That's tough. It's really tough. Like I said, I don't have to be doing... Yeah, it's good to wait to make a YouTube channel. It can be kind of stressful, to be honest. I've never really gotten hate comments. I did get one comment the other day. I did have one comment the other day that was stupid. It was this dude going like,
blueprint coding isn't real coding. It's just for people who can't pay attention. Learn to really code.
and it's like, dude, then why did you click on a blueprint coding video? Like, that's such a Redditor thing to say. So, yeah, the 5.6 UI is vastly different than I'm used to. And yeah, it's it's different. It's different for sure. I mean, it's not too terribly different than 5.5, but like, it's definitely different. I think more what is making me mad is they changed the beginning game states. So the beginning game states, like the first person and third person levels, they completely changed them. Especially the first. It's jarring now to open that project because it's just so different. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick and then I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. All right, I am here. If y'all can hear me, make sure to drop a thing in the bottom because I hope I didn't mess up my audio. Okay, I think I need to go back to what I was doing in the first place, undo a lot of stuff. Player character. I think that we need to get rid of menu pawn. I think we need to start with the main character. So I think the way this would work best is we create a main menu character that can be customized in the menu. If we do that, that makes it a lot easier on me because we can change a bunch of traits about the character and then spawn them in the game. Instead of having to somehow, like a component or something, transfer over all this stuff. That might work better. Can I open like a world? Let me change the game mode. Is this a game mode? Yeah, it's a game mode. Okay. Oh, nice. Why do I have two? Player character game mode and base player control. Oh, that's a controller. Okay, I was gonna say. Yeah, okay, let's create a new one then. So let's do this. Let's create a game mode. If this works, then I will be happy because BP underscore main menu game mode. Okay. Now we should just spawn and be able to walk around normally. So if we go in, Let's just destroy the player controller. I don't think I need that. I think I'm going about this all wrong. Player character game mode. Let's do an event. Begin play. Let's grab that. Let's grab the... Let's do... Get owner. No. What do we do? So we need a way to get every player in the game and tell them all. Let me think about this for a second. This is getting so complicated. Oh, nice. Depends on where you are, but at least in America, the tariffs are absolutely horrible on that. They like doubled the price of them. Base player controller, main menu game mode. Okay, so let's just do in the main menu game mode that when the... Oh, drop my phone. Okay. Let's do create widget. Main menu game mode is the base, right? Why did it fail to compile? Oh, because no class was selected. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's the thing though, is game mode is carried across all players, so can I change the game mode? Oh. This is frying my brain. Get game mode. Set. Okay, I'm gonna look this up, how to change game modes. So you can change the game mode override by doing it in the level. How do I do it in a level? Because if I do main menu game mode here, and then I go back to maps and I go to UE default, I'm pretty sure if I change the game mode override, it'll just... It doesn't. And it shouldn't open the title screen. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I've been proven wrong. So the game mode override applies, but the selected game mode doesn't. Oh, I think I get it now. So, changing the selected game mode settings will change the specific states for that game mode, but you can switch between them per level. Okay, that makes sense. So, doing this, we'll open this, and then... Okay! So it just works! Great! I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that it just works. That's great. Okay. I don't even know what I did, to be honest. Because it just closed the widget. For some reason. I didn't even tell it to do that. Let's check my event begin play and see if I did that on accident. Yeah. So then we need to get player controller. And do set input to UI only. And then we do set show mouse cursor to true. Not feeling this song. Yeah, you can't turn your head now. But you need to go back in the other game mode and do... Should work now, hopefully. No, it still kind of doesn't do what I was hoping. I did it here, I think, so I need to just see what I did. I collapsed it, set input mode game only. But then here I did game and UI. It's not different. Okay, so it does it if I tab open my inventory, but it doesn't do it otherwise. That's really weird. Am I just not doing it correctly? Maybe we have to destroy the widget. So get the player controller. Let's do main menu game mode. It'll only be one player. So if we get the controller and then we do cast to BP underscore. Let's get owner. We just do get player character. cast, and then as them, we need to... Let's do this. Set the UI title screen HUD. That's what it is. Set the title screen HUD. If we set the title screen HUD, let's move this. So we'll cast set the title screen HUD as yeah, set the title screen HUD. So now that we set the title screen HUD to the player will carry over the level, and then we'll just destroy the title screen HUD. So what we'll do is we'll do this, and then we'll get player character. So we need to destroy the HUD on every single player simultaneously. So this isn't going to work in multiplayer at all. I'm going to have to figure that out later. So we're going to have to do this. Cast again. Because I think the issue might be that we're not removing the title screen. We'll see. We'll get an error if that's the case. Yeah. It already removes it from parent. So we don't need to do that. So there's no point to that. Okay. This is complicated. This is difficult. So why is it then when I open the game, do I have to just do opening the game that it... Why is this so difficult? So we open the game. Let's just do... We get the controller and then we do set Do we just have to set it within the character after? I don't see why we would need to. I guess we're changing the player's controller, so that might be why. Okay. Ew, this is gross. Why is it like that? There we go. We'll have to do this. We'll have to do it in the UI section. I'll have to check if we're in the main menu or not. Because it's like overriding what we did, so... No, you're fine, dude. You didn't leave me hanging. We have to check if the player is in level. Nope. Let's have to go through and see. That's what we're doing to text, and then we're seeing if it's equal to... Ah! There might be a pin for this I don't know about, but... Ah. This is killing me. M_title screen. So if the name is M_title screen, then we will do nothing. No, if it is title screen, then we don't do anything. But if it is, we create the player HUD and then we set the input mode. That might work. We'll see. So we can't look around like I want. Open it. Oh, we did it! Oh! Finally! Okay. That only took like an hour and a half. That's insane. Now we can get the name working because we set it up exactly like I wanted. Okay, that makes me feel so much better. That's like the best feeling when something just works, finally, after hours of trying to get it to work. Because basically what it's doing now is that when we automatically join the main menu, it's going to... There's nothing here, is there? So, hypothetically, if I delete this, would it still be the same? Yes. Okay. So it had to be done in the player. It couldn't be done in the game mode. It didn't change anything by doing it in the game mode. So, in the main menu game mode, what it's doing is it's auto-assigning us a widget of the main menu. But... when and it's making it that it's UI only and show the mouse cursor. So When we play the main menu, you can't look around for that reason. You can't do anything. You can only interact with the main menu and start the game. When I joined the game and I wasn't looking around properly, it's because just changing the game mode didn't affect it properly. I had to actually go in and tell the character to switch up on the beginning of the game. So I could probably make my code better by saving some frames if I prioritize this first. So let me do that. So let's drag this all the way over here. If we just plug this in first, I think that would save us a lot of space. Because then we know not to execute anything. It's like, for example, if we take all this. Plug it in. Then we know that if the game is going on, not to do anything. And that also fixes the problem of it spawning our dot. So what it's doing now is we're getting the current level name. If we're in the main menu, don't do anything. If we're not in the main menu, create the HUD, set the walk speed, do all those things, because now it matters. So that should still relatively do, yeah. And there should be no menu dot. Yeah, there's nothing there. And then we can set our player's name too. Okay, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I'm glad that worked out the way it did. So now we have a main menu that's working the way I want it to. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay, that should be fine then. We can close these out. Let's go to the main menu widget and make it to where we can set the name now. But first, let's do this, actually. Let's do that our name is printed on the top. Okay. Okay, cool. Now the name's gonna follow them. All right. Can I change the opacity? There we go. That's the value. The opacity doesn't do anything. Maybe it does. Yeah, no. Games honestly suck now. It really sucks. I want to go into the gaming industry very badly. I feel like I do a fantastic job, but that kind of demotivates me, seeing the state it's in now. The good news is that we're kind of taking it back. I have very big hope. Not in I love Battlefield and Battlefield 6 looks great. It's that hopefully Battlefield 6 will start a new trend of putting players first again. Where do you see render opacity? Yeah, render opacity, it's not changing anything. It's not a huge deal. I just need a name printed, so I don't really need that. But Battlefield 6, I'm hoping, is starting a trend of putting players first. If you put players first... No, it's completely fine, dude. If you put players first and you get better reception, that will start a trend in companies of putting players first. Even if it's like air quotes putting players first, they're just doing it to get money. I don't care. It's going to benefit us much more than the current state of games. And that will be a state of games that I would love to work in. If it stays the same, I would never work for Call of Duty, or never work for any game that works on a game like Call of Duty. I would hate that. At my old job, I met with a lot of clients, and one of the clients, her son-in-law worked at EA, and she said he's very well off, and he loves his job, and I think all he did was design the FIFA 3D models, and he made a lot of money, and he loved his job, and he was remote. He didn't ever have to go into an office. That sounds fantastic to me. So what we'll do here is that in the title screen, let's open the HUD. In the title screen, if we enter, let's do on text changed. Let's do it on text changed just to see if it matters. So on text changed, let's go ahead and get player character. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about GTA 6. I need to wait for more details to come out, but the way they're running it right now, I don't know. It's kind of sketchy. Now, I love what DICE is doing. DICE is getting me a lot of hope in the industry that didn't have before. Who knows, maybe I'll go to EA and be that annoying guy on the internet that's like, when I used to work at Blizzard. Did you know I worked at Blizzard? I know that guy is having a falling off because he did a lot of crappy things, but it's still funny that every time I would click on a video of him, even before people boycotted him, the video always started off with, when I used to work at Blizzard. I don't want to cast every time. That's why we need to do on text changed. So with that call, okay, let's do this. I need to know how this functions before I do it. That's another important thing you can do, is check how things function before you do it to know how taxing it'll be on your system. So what I'm thinking is on text change is every time I type a new letter or change anything, it's gonna cast, which would be so taxing. However, if it is after a second of me changing it, perfectly fine. So I'm gonna do print text and just kind of leave it as hello here, and then I'll kind of understand how it works. So it is okay, so we don't want to do that. It would be better just to do when I press enter. So we would do on, let's do enter name. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, they're so funny. It's crazy that he would talk so much about it, and then it came out that he was a Nepo baby, and one of his dads worked with the founders of the company. And he's just a Nepo baby that got the job and started as a playtester when he was like 13, I think. I don't remember the age, but he started really young as a playtester, and they moved up in the company. And then a lot of coworkers would complain about him, saying he was snarky, and nothing against Nepo babies. It's just crazy whenever you boast working at a company like you got there based on your own personal efforts, just to find out that you were there because of your dad. That's something different. On text committed. So committed will be, so committed is what I'm wanting. Committed would be bad if I didn't have an enter button, but the fact I have an enter button is going to help. So like that. So like if I do that, then it commits the text. So wait, let's do this. It does. Okay. I can just do that. I don't need an enter button. I'll leave the enter button done for now. I'm gonna cast to the player character here, and if we... Let me check something real quick. Okay, if I cast to the player character and then do set name. Ah, get out of here. Set player name, and then just change it to that text. That should work, hopefully. I need to remember what the shortcut is to like leave the... It's still coming off as null too. So that's not working. Yeah, it's very annoying because it just like kind of refuses to work. So get all actors of class. And then we're doing that. However, if the player name is equal to no player, then we'll just input the name. Let's do this. No player 2, yeah. So I'm no player 1. I don't want that text to inherit animation though. This is gonna be funny seeing the name drop. Okay. It's not changing the text though. Yeah, it's still, and we're both null player 2. We'll just name it null player. I think I'm doing too much here. I'm doing way too much just for basic crap. So get all actors a class if the name is equal. Let's go back to that then. Well, we don't have to do this at all because null player will already be set, so it doesn't matter. True, do nothing, false. Well, we don't have to... What am I doing? What am I doing? It doesn't matter. The default name's null player, so it's gonna do it anyway. That saves me some code that doesn't make sense, huh? So why isn't it changing my name, though?
I'll get straight to the point. I found marijuana in the house. And while I never thought of myself as the type of father who'd have to drug test his kids, I'm willing to do just that if that's what it takes to find out who brought
What
a
is
joint
this
into the
song?
Dad, Lucy found
People are putting anything into lo-fi. Wait, isn't Battlefield open today? Oh, I'm playing that. I'm playing that today. Oh, I love Bring Me to the Horizon. I had no idea. I can't play them, unfortunately, because they're copyright, but I'll have to listen to it. So it is coming back, it's just not setting it properly. So it's casting to the player character correctly, and it should be setting the name, it's just not carrying over the way it should be. Because it's saying null player joined. So let's do this. We're getting all the actors of the class. Well, that's not doing anything, so why would that matter? So we're just setting the player name. Okay, what's up? Null player. Is it just because it's by default null player that it's like resetting? Is it because I'm joining a match that it's like not carrying over? That's what I'm confused about. Maybe I shouldn't expose it on spawn. Yeah, so it's changing levels over from the main menu level to the game itself in a local game, but it should still be, I guess it's destroying the character and moving them over to the other level, so it wouldn't change it. That's kind of hard, how to change variables across levels. I'll look this up because I have no idea. It says to add a player state. It says a player state should fix it. Player state. Every player on the server are replicated. So can I create... So... So do I just need to set it for the player state? Hey, stream's going good. I have fixed a lot and done a lot of things, so that's good. I've made good progress. So player name, and then we'll do a custom event called... set player name. Okay, so I can't set a player state there. Is it in the world settings? Do BP underscore player state. That should carry over then, right? Let's see if that works. Am I crazy or is there just nothing here? Okay. I was gonna say, did it delete? Did it delete everything? I'd have been scared. So by making a player state, we should be able to set the player name. set player's name. Let's do this. Let's do... How do I get the... Just testing this to see if it works. So I'll just try this real quick. Player joined. So it changed it. But it didn't. This is gonna drive me crazy. You can't return anything there. Not really. It's gonna take place in a neighborhood. It's just a single house to kind of help out with it. Okay, so let's do... It's fun to learn if you want to get into it. Coding is a lot of fun. Yeah, it's Unreal Engine 5. It's for free on Epic Games if you want to get it. So we set the player name in the game state. In your game mode, enable seamless travel. I know. I mean, I'll get there. I'm not too disappointed about it. I've grown a lot since I started. So it's not carrying over the game state info. Am I not plugging it in correctly? BP underscore player state. Maps. Player state. I don't know. This is complicated. It's a function, so I need to runs on server. Replicates, yeah. Runs on server. Maybe that'll work. I've never dealt with replications. This is brand new to me. Nope. Sorry for the silence. I'm just genuinely trying to think. Yeah, I'll check over my variables again. So maybe it's because I'm not opening the level properly. Yeah, absolutely, it's on. So let's just go over this to kind of help. So when we commit our text, we get our player controller, get our player state, cast to maybe the state should be set from the beginning. Maybe we're not getting our state correctly set. Well, that's the thing, is that it would. Let's check that. Okay. So it is using the state correctly. So with our state set correctly, still not working. Hey, what's up? It's just to help. Yeah, I'm setting the player name correctly. I'm kind of lost. Looks like just the game state's not carrying over the way I was hoping it would. Yeah, it replicates. So that's just not working. Oh, it's because the game mode changed. So it looks like I need to make a game instance. So I think you were right in the first place. A save game object. Maybe, but the object wouldn't carry over. So I think I do need to make a game instance. So let's get rid of the state and everything. Why would that? Yeah, I've never done multiplayer programming either. That's why I'm probably stuck in the first place. Everything's still working like it should, so that's fine. As long as I didn't screw up my game, I'm okay with it. So it looks like I need to make a game instance. Higher level manager object for an instance of running game spawned at game creation, not destroyed until game instance is shut down. Running as a standalone game, there will be one of these running in Pi. It will generate one per Pi instance. So, okay. Default game instance. Initiate. This is tough. I don't like multiplayer coding. Oh, yeah, well, that kind of helps if it's in the project settings. Okay, so that gives me hope. Okay, so let's do this. If this works, I'll be happy. Let's just make sure it's working first. Yep. So that's working. And let's go player character and get it off the instance, and that might work. Let's just do it the way I did here. Okay, so it did work. That completely worked. It just is applying it to every player. Okay, does it have to be replicated? At least that works now. It's just like, yeah, true, progress. It looks like I need to set like a private instance per person though. Each client sends their own name from their own game instance to the server. Okay. Can I open a server? No? Okay. Dedicated WAM. This might work. I'm not going to do hitboxes for this game. I'm going to keep it a little bit more simple. Well, actually, no. I will do hitboxes, just not the crazy extent I did last time. I'll start with no hitboxes and add it later, though. I want, like, an actual combat system working first. I could just do a basic hitbox where, like, shooting the head does double the damage. Like an only head hitbox, and saying if it shoots otherwise, then it does damage to the actual everything else. Yeah, like at least this works. Let's get started on this inventory though. I've spent way too much time just screwing around. Alright. I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a break and get some lunch going. I'm hungry. I haven't had breakfast or anything. So I think I'm gonna give this a rest. I'm just gonna put on the starting soon screen and then I'll be back in a bit. I'm a little burnt out on this. So right now all I got, set player name, we can set the player name, join a local game. Yeah. We got that down, we got running, we got an inventory system that opens. Can open the door. Plan on in the future making it to where you can like board up windows and things like that to keep the creature from coming in. Yeah, it'd be cool. Alright. Let's do this real quick. That was loud, huh? I use Unreal Engine 5. It's free. Only you can only. Video settings, there we go. Yeah, I just booted up some Resident Evil, so we'll go ahead and get into that real quick. Alright. I needed to take a break. I've been, I did 3 hours yesterday and 3.5 hours now of coding. I'm not giving up. I just need to take a break. I like streaming games too.
Resident Evil.
Oh, I love Blender. I've been using Blender for what? 6 years? Gonna be 7 soon. Wait, I can play as different characters? I like me some Jill Valentine. So we can either be a police officer or a bioterrorism unit. Same for him. I'm gonna be a police officer. Play as Jill Valentine in DVD, so might as well.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo Team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris!
Bravo Team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin.
What did he trip on?
We continued our search for the other members.
Oh, I love Wesker.
And it turned into
7 minutes is all I have.
a
to spare with
nightmare.
Yeah, the U2 algorithm really sucks. Goodbye, sir.
Come on! Hey! Brad! Where the hell's he going? Chris, this way. Damn it! Make for that mansion!
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Barry, and myself. We don't know where Chris is.
What is this place? Not quite your ordinary house, that's for sure.
Hey, Wesker, where's Chris?
Jill, no! You don't want to go back out there.
But we've got to find...
What was that? Chris?
No.
Jill, go and investigate.
I'm going with her. Chris and I go back a long way.
All right. You two go. I'll secure this area.
Stay sharp. A dining room.
Alright, I'm back. I'm just closing out my stream software, making sure everything's okay. Yeah, they're definitely cooked. Oh my god, why is it jiggle physics? Are you kidding? I mean, I'm not surprised, but at the same time.
I think you'd better take a look at this.
What is it?
Blood.
Oh, duh! Why did you have to smell it?
Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this.
What do you mean I'll be
Let's
examining
just hope it's
this?
not
What
Chris's.
else do you have to do? You're just gonna sit there and stare at it? Alright, you do you, dude. I saw something over here and I'm gonna grab it. Oh, the controls are... I'm not used to this at all. You have to, like, change where you are depending on the camera. Ink ribbon. It's a typewriter. You know what? No, I'm gonna wait to save my progress.
Barry.
I think Barry wants to talk to me. Okay. Barry. I don't know, open the door? Okay. Yes, an emblem of armor is carved. Ah! I don't like this camera system at all. It's so jarring. Maybe it's locked. A sword and a knight armor? What is it? A sword and what? It's like a sword and a emblem of armor. Oh. Ah! Oh, he came back? Ah, go! I don't know. Okay. That took a lot of bullets. I don't like that for future reference. I'll probably play this for like 30 minutes to an hour and get into it.
Barry!
What is it?
Look out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of it!
No! Barry!
What the hell is this thing?
I found Kenneth killed by this thing. Let's report this to Wesker.
Do I have infinite ammo? He's back.
Wesker! Jill, help me look for him. But let's not leave this hall.
Good idea.
Okay, this door went in. Whoa, this is so hard to navigate. I don't know what I'm looking for.
Barry.
Any luck, Jill?
No, nothing. What's going on around here? I can't figure it out.
Same here.
Chris, and now Wesker.
There's not much we can do. We can search for him separately. I'll investigate the dining room again.
Okay, then. I'll try the door on the other side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could easily get lost. Let's start from the first floor.
Okay.
Oh! I almost forgot. It's a lockpick. You'd make better use of it.
Thanks. I may need it.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. Got it?
Okay.
He's gonna die, for sure. No doubt about it. Ooh, I don't like this. I know what I have to do. Defensive item. Okay, so when they grab you, I guess you press it. buddy. Come on. Am I out of ammo? How do I open my inventory? Does it tell me? It's N. Okay. Yeah, no ammo. Great. Survival knife. Helmet. So I'm guessing it's keys I need. I'm assuming I have to go down to the basement here. Can I break these? Let's not find out. Okay, can I go upstairs or no? Secret door. Looks like, yeah. Horse. Tomb grave. There's an indent in the shape of an arrowhead. Locked. Okay, so nothing out here is useful. Okay. So, woman holding that up and nothing much else. Where am I supposed to go? Hello, job application. I'm not afraid of you. emblem. So I need to find a door with a shield. Armor. Sword. Okay, I can open it now. Oh, herbs. Nice. Let's reload. Oh, you have to aim. Appears there's a man. Oh, there's a zombie. I was like, why is he just standing there? Okay, I know where that goes. Open the door! No, I know where I am. So where did I? It was outside. Outside's where I had that. Which I think was over here, was it not? What do you mean, as is? it's locked on the other side. Okay. Was that a magazine? It was. What is that? Oh, crows. That scared me. Burp. I can carry it. I have a feeling that's gonna jump out at me. Okay, let's do this. Guess I can't do anything. Yeah, I'm just dead. Oh, well, that was a interesting noise to make, to being grinded. All right. Oh, no data. I have to start from the beginning. That's great. Okay, I should have saved. All right. I think I'm going to end it here. It's a good stream, but I need to take a break. I might program a little bit in the background. Just Been streaming for how long? 4 hours. Dang. Okay, well, I might be on tomorrow. We'll see. I shall see you guys later. Goodbye.